just gonna get started here. So, welcome to Frostpunk 2. I'm going to restart. So if you look here, our last play we had Legacy of New London, week 405. We're doing alright. I don't think we're gonna make it, but we weren't necessarily dead yet. I definitely made a lot of mistakes with it being my first time through and everything. So I kind of wanted to tough it out and just see how far we'd get before I eventually lost, but kind of decided I think we're just going to start over today. In the, what's it been, a little over a week since we've played. They've released a couple of like back-end fixes, a couple of updates to get the game a bit more properly balanced. It is a brand new game, so I think it'll be smart to just start over and kind of deal with the game as it's balanced now. If we were gonna, if we were like really close to winning, or if I felt really confident we were gonna make it, probably, but like, if we're headed to disaster anyway, and the game's been rebalanced, we might as well start fresh. So we're gonna go ahead and do story, and we're just gonna, oh, can I skip the prologue? That's interesting. Can I start a new story from here and not do the prologue? Because that would be lovely. I don't think we need to do that again. Oh, that's lovely. I read online that you couldn't do that, so I wonder if that was something they added in, or if people online were just wrong. Not that internet people would ever be wrong. So we're gonna jump past the prologue that was literally just the tutorial. We'll jump in here. I think we were operating on Officer before, and I'm okay with that. I don't think, I'm not really interested in these. Officer's fine, not survival. So we're just going to jump ahead to in 1887, the world froze to death, civilization crumbled, the failing British Empire built generators supported the activities. Cities would become the last on Earth. With a hydro-fired generator out there open the Frostland, those that survived were shaped by the ordeal. 30 years later, we've all become very different people. Yep, so we're going to start here. Now, what I don't know is if it's going to pick up on the prologue we did, or if it's going to randomize the prologue we did. But that's fine. I really didn't... The prologue was fine. Like, it was not like... Rawr. Didn't really want to play it again, though. I've also watched a couple of... Stuart. This creepy kid. I watched two guides this morning, and wow, was I building districts wrong, so...
Can you hear us? Captain!
Do you hear us?
Do you hear us, Captain? I don't really want to watch this again.
A generation ago.
The Wanderer's Prologue. Been roaming the frozen desert for years, many of us do not remember a world before the Great Frost. Or when I hit new story, did it just take me to the beginning? I guess we'll know after this. No, it looks like if we do a new story, we have to... Yeah, okay. I got really excited there for a second, but that's fine. We'll replay this prologue. I think this time I'm going to start a save file at the end of the prologue, so that when we get here, if we ever want to start again, we don't have to do this. Okay, so the internet people were right. How unfortunate. Welcome to the prologue. Here you will learn the basics of the game. Old Dreadnought remains in pieces under the layer of snow, but scattered wagons still have resources inside. First, we must break the ice to reach one of the oil wagons and construct an extractor district. Okay, let's go ahead and pause. I've said this before. One thing I really like is the game brightens when you're in pause mode. I think that's just so helpful. That is just such a small quality of life thing that I really, really like about this game. I don't remember if the beta did that or not, or if that came as advice from the beta, but I love it. What is it? Is it Alt? Yeah. Alt shows me where everything is. Okay, so we'll play this again. We'll try to save the seals again. But now I have a much better idea of how I want to build. I took a picture of the guy's screen name. He has far more subscribers than me, so me shouting him out will do absolutely nothing for him in his life, but for the sake of help, I watched Data Engineer Plays this morning. Watched 2 of his guides. Very helpful. Very, very helpful. So if you want some Frostpunk 2 guides for yourself, you should check out his channel. Okay. And definitely not mine. If you want to learn how to play the game well, definitely not mine. Okay, oil. Extractor district. Oil. I'm trying to remember the hotkeys. So far, so good on remembering the hotkeys. Oh, we got a frost break. Duh. Oh, I forgot about the frost breaking. Okay. Go ahead and let that go. Frost breaking in Frostpunk. Break that frost. What do the frost breaking things run on if we don't have any fuel? I would like to know. Okay, let's just kind of keep going on the frost breaking. Meanwhile, we'll also build extractor district. Now, I've been learning better ways of building districts. Let's go ahead and do more frost breaking, actually, so I can actually kind of capitalize it. The problem is like, it was a really good idea. Really learned a lot, but it's a little bit difficult insofar as it's not always realistic that you're going to have access to the things you need. Okay, let's start with building. Extractor district. 3 tiles. Maybe I feel like it's supposed to be more. Whatever. And then we need to start working down towards this food, because that is going to be a problem. We knew that last time. So let's just get ahead of it. Yep, it's definitely cold. I understand. I thought extracting districts were 6 tiles, not 3, but this could just be a prologue thing. Whiteout arriving in 81 weeks. Heck yeah. Okay, let's keep the frost breaking going. Oil! As thick black liquid oozes, as thick black liquid oozes through the pipes, our people rejoice. The carcass of this old machine is a testament to the hardships that made us, but more importantly, it is our haven in the storm. It has allowed us to weather many whiteouts, and it'll do so again. We have oil, we can turn on the furnace. I see. I like how my reaction to turning on the furnace is, I see. I'm clearly really worked up about this. Some of the stuff from the guides that I was watching was teaching me that I was really mismanaging heat, and so I'll be glad to know how to do it now. Furnace is on, we have enough oil to cover current needs, but cold weather would still affect our people until they have proper shelter. I see. Okay. So I'm going to want to build shelter down here, I think. Because if I remember correctly... Oh no, there's heat here. Because it's right next to the thing. But we got to watch out for the squalor, So this is the thing that I missed before. This is one of the things I was messing up. If you look here, it's kind of hard to point at it because it moves with my mouse. And it's kind of small, so it might be kind of hard to read on the stream. But see how there's 3 lines here that turn blue as I click? This is the heat bonus. Before, I was building, like, anywhere where there was a blue tile, because I thought that would help. When in reality, to get the heat bonus, you only need the 3. So I was like, oh, I was really screwing up here. And then I was clumping everything together, and clumping everything together was also a mistake. Okay, you know what? No, we're not going to overthink this. My brain really wants to overthink it, but, like, we survived the prologue really well when I had no idea what I was doing, so if I have some amount of an idea of what I'm doing, we'll be fine. But it's basically, if you're familiar with the concept of farming triangles in Civ 6, you basically make a farm triangle like in Civ 6, only it's a district. 3 districts. It's a tri-state area. You'll kind of live and die by those. Now, I want to keep Frostbreaking down here, because down here is also, like, a really great place to build housing districts. So let's just kind of keep up with Frostbreaking while we can. This is a materials wagon. I will actually want that too. We're getting it together. So we will need more housing. So what we're gonna do is Frostbreak and see if I can't wiggle into what I was trying to wiggle into. But we're also going to need a food district. And in fact, I can probably work on the food district right now, because that has to be built here. We don't really have an option. And if it's built here, I'm not going to really be able to do the fancy thing. So that's fine. So we'll go ahead and get a food district going. The idea is we need, actually, can I do this without squalor being a problem? I think so. I think we might be able to get that triangle here. But I gotta, like I said, I gotta not overthink it, because I stumbled through and was fine. Which means I run the risk of overthinking and making it worse. But getting food put down will get us ahead of another thing, so we'll probably be okay. Okay. We're almost there, I promise. This will be the last Frostbreaking I need to do, and I should be able to accomplish. Really what I'm doing is I'm just making mistakes in what I should be prioritizing in Frostbreaking. But I think I can get the triangulation between this and that, and it will do something really good for us. So if you look right now, we have 90 heat available, and we're using 90 heat. So what we're going to do then is go into this housing district. We're gonna do 1, 2, 3. See, I'm gonna point, and you can't tell what I'm pointing at. But if you look at the top part there near generator, we've gotten the +3 bonus with the generator, and now we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, and we're gonna have the 3 bonus with this housing district, which means it's gonna triangulate, and these two are gonna be in really good shape. Oh, we have people freezing to death. This is because I was taking too long. Because I was overthinking it. We've been here so many times, the soil's depleted. A couple more, and there'll be no point in erecting hothouses, sorry. There'll be nothing to grow, and the yield's so low. Either we pull emergency shifts and tighten our belts, otherwise there might not be enough for everyone. Yeah, we gotta focus on food too. Oh, I can put food district up here. Forgot I got this for us. Once this housing is up, it'll be a lot happier. And then we can come over here. This needs an extraction district, right? For the prefabs. We don't have enough prefabricated components, making further construction impossible. There may be some prefabs left at one of the construction wagons. That's what we're doing now. That's what we're doing now. Just truck along a little faster. Build. So now if we look, it's going to have a total heat demand of 0. Both of these will, because they are triangulated with something else. So that's actually going to really help us with heat, because it means we actually have a heat surplus, which is going to be helpful, because we're actually building all this other stuff that will demand heat. So food, we're making a surplus. Here we're doing pretty good. We've gained access to some heat and shelter for our people. Now we must turn our attention to the incoming whiteout. First, we must frostbreak small patches of fertile soil. Oh, we're on it. We secured our immediate survival. Now we have a stockpile as much food as we can. To do that, we need to produce more food than our demand. We're doing that too. Mind you, we need to move faster if we're going to stockpile. Now, one thing that's going to be a problem, because this was a problem for me last time, was we need a food stockpile hub. Do I have materials anywhere? Over here. So we need to Frostpunk in this direction. Still don't have quite enough housing. I could just slap down an entirely new district if I had the prefabs, which I don't. But we should be getting them. Yeah, it's working on it. We mourn those who have recently passed us. As our custom, we take them to the oil pits. We gently lower their bodies into thick blackness. Remember that from last time. Where do I want to frostbreak next? What do I need? I need to prioritize food, I think. So moving towards the area. And this is where the seals come in. So we need to prioritize that. Getting the prefabs. We're stockpiling food, and we have plenty of room right now for food stockpiling. Like it's gonna take a bit anyway. Harsh conditions in the camp take their toll on our people. Disease spread. Not quite enough shelter. Doesn't look like they're letting me expand, which means I need to build a whole nother housing district But I don't have the prefab, so I can't do that at this time. So we'll keep moving towards this dang seal colony. Now, I could do emergency shifts. I don't really have the trust for that right now. I think I might want to solve this housing problem before I try to do that. My knees ache and my fingers are so stiff I can't hold the needle anymore. I've lived a full life and it warms my heart to see little Betty and Jacob playing the evening fire, but maybe this is it. I've talked with the others. If it comes to it, we will go. I won't let my grandchildren starve. You're not gonna have to do it, Thea, Tria, whatever your name was. We're gonna be fine. You'll see. So then, if we do 1, push the things in my way. 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. Yeah! I'm learning how districts work. I'm so proud of myself. Okay, so that's gonna solve the food problem, or the shelter problem. The food problem. But I do need to keep working on food. Seals! I can't believe my eyes. We haven't seen them since the Great Frost. How did they survive? There's enough meat here to feed everybody. You better believe it. We'll get it done. Start putting in some emergency shifts here. If people freak out, that's fine. I guess they want to die. I don't know. I don't think I can afford trust going much smaller though. $140 prefabs. We're close. Ah, here we go. This decision. One of our Frostpunk crew is uncovered the frozen remains of a man in a tattered uniform. We're gonna pick Faith again. Because that is how we beat it the first time. This should fix the sickness problem. As soon as we get to 140, we'll slap another food joint down. Food's doing really well now, though. Not fast enough, but we'll get there. There we go. District. Okay, we need to keep getting food down. Promise to gather more materials. Yep. That's fine. Do I have? I do. So I would need to build an extraction district. Which I don't really have. And I also need more oil. So we're running out of stuff. Just fine over here. I'll have you know. I'm gonna laugh really hard if we fail at this when I like stumbled through it and made it the first time. And then the first time I like try real hard, we just fail. Like that would be really funny to me. colder. Extraction district. What do we got here? Sylvanus. Do you need to play the first Frostpunk? You do not need to play the first Frostpunk to play this. You'll, the lore, I love the first one. I have not gotten all the way through this one where you're actually joining us for the replay of the, prologue right now. First game is amazing. I would say don't look past it, but they're fundamentally different games. So, Frostpunk 1 is more of a micromanager. You're going to spend a lot of time really fine-tuning specific workforces in specific buildings. You might not ever get more than 300 people in your entire city. If you look here, I have close to 3,000 people in this city, and I'm building districts instead of individual buildings. So there's a video, like a opening cutscene to the game and everything that gets you caught up on anything you really need to know if you want to jump right into the second one. I'd say, especially if you want to kind of play the second one, why it's fresh and what people are talking about, totally can start with 2. But they're very different games. They're kind of like 2 different strategy games within the same lore universe is kind of how I describe it. Good work. We now are gathering enough materials to maintain our districts. Time to focus on stockpiling food. Alright, good. Where am I at? Yeah, no problem. Like I said, I love both games quite a bit. Still getting my feet under me in this one, but the first game really is exquisite. And I thought it was a really smart move on their part to not really try to remake the first one, because the first one was so good, and instead focus on you know, how do you just make another strategy game? Okay, so we have 40 weeks and stockpiles will be ready in 37. So right now we're doing okay, but we are in a cold spell and heat is a problem, which is going to hurt sickness. So we need probably more oil? I would assume that's how I'm going to solve this problem. We could also temporarily... Let's build an extraction district on here. We're not going to get an adjacency bonus right now, but that's okay. But yeah, the base premise of Frostpunk is it's an alternate history industrial revolution. During the Industrial Revolution over in the UK area, like England area, I mean, it happens globally, but the game is centered in the British area. There's a massive catastrophe of a global ice age, and humanity has to find a way to survive the ice age. First game, you try to get your city to survive. Second game is 30 years later, so you are playing the successor to your person in the first game. We'll go ahead and demolish this, because it's not gaining, there's nothing else to do from there, so. We'll just demolish it and get that those materials back. And so that's also kind of a cool thing. You're playing your own successor in the sequel. No. Do I have enough materials to get? No. But once that is demolished, I will. But we have, okay, yep, that did help a little bit with the heat problem. Thanks for the lore bits. Looks like a good game. It is a really good mix of gameplay and story. What's really interesting, you're not going to see that a lot here. Well, actually, perfect timing. You'll see that a little bit in this prologue. The game's kind of famous for these kind of decisions. The people in the camp are getting tense. They worry we won't gather enough food in time. Our hunters propose to slaughter the remaining seals, including the pups and females. This will allow us to gather much more food, but will wipe out what could be the last colony of seals on the entire planet. However, many elders have volunteered to walk into the Frostland rather than be a burden on our resources. Their sacrifice would significantly reduce the rations we need for the whiteout. What should we do? We can slaughter the seals, have ample food to survive the whiteout. We can let the elders walk out into the blizzard to die, or we can not resort to any extremes and just hope we'll be fine on Earth. Pardon me, drinking something fizzy. And just hope we'll be fine. Now, I already have seen our stats. I think we're going to be okay, so we're not going to do either. We're not going to slaughter the seals, and we're not going to let the elders go, because we have 34 weeks, and we have 31 weeks in the current rate to get our stockpiles ready. But that's the kind of decision this game is famous for, is you have to make really tough choices in order to survive. So the other thing, I really wanted to build more food. We might be better off building more oil, considering we're already probably going to make it with food. How much is that? Oh, that's really going to piss people off. They'll be fine. When we have enough food to survive the whiteout, you all will suddenly magically love me. I'm really wanting to make sure we have enough fuel to help with this heat problem. Part of the problem here is we're just not getting any kind of adjacency bonuses on any of these other things. But we don't have the materials in order to get the adjacency bonuses, so we're kind of doing as good as we can in this situation, I think. This thing will be used up in 9 weeks. And when it's used up, though, we'll be able to build the other one. We'll just kind of move. But we have enough. We have 6 weeks in between. I think we'll actually be okay. I don't suppose, because, yeah, I can't build a food district right now with what I have. So I'm a little bit on edge, but we'll be alright. I suppose what I could do... No. It's gonna be tight, but we'll just have to figure it out. You're telling me you're gonna be done in 15 weeks. That's... all of this is gonna be a bit of a problem. Can I expand any of these? No, I don't think they let you expand them in this. Stockpile's almost full. Ah, frick. Because we built that other hub so early, I almost forgot about this. Okay, we're going to try to time this out. Since that, but trust has gone up, since that one's no longer on emergency shifts, we're going to put this one on emergency shifts. And hopefully, okay, now we're like on pace. This is going to be kind of tight. But the fact that we're on pace just means that by the time this process is done, we'll be able to get above pace again. So we should be okay. I'm cutting it really close, and it's funny to me that I'm cutting it so close. It really was the overthinking thing. I think I needed to just get stuff down instead of what I was doing. Considering we have materials, probably could just get rid of that district I think that is what we did last time, actually. Excuse me. Wow, we're short 2 prefabs. That is rude. Okay. That is so rude. I don't know how we got short 2 prefabs. That is weird. Well, we have a material stockpile, so we should be okay. But once this goes down, then we're gonna really be in a problem. So we're about to encounter some issues here. I wonder if there's anything else we can take down. This one. Since it's about empty. Oh, we're not gonna make it now. Wow, did my overthinking... This really is a lesson in my overthinking. We'll be okay. We are in trouble. Which one? Oh no. What? Oh my god. What? No, that doesn't even make sense. I was over here. I should be able to frost break over there. Like, if I was here, why can't I frost break there? We're gonna lose. I so badly overthought this whole thing. We're gonna frickin' lose the prologue. That's hilarious. We'll just start the prologue over. I don't think we were quite by the skin of our teeth like we were in the first time through. We'll see what happens. This is hilarious to me. Watch everybody die over like 4 pieces of food. We'll be alright. Do we die over 4 pieces of food? Okay. I was gonna be mad. When the whiteout hit the camp, the wanderers were almost ready. We grew hungry the last days before the Howling Wind subsided. We could see the bones through our skin. The miracle of the sea colony strengthened our hope and would not... Okay. Okay, we survived. The game was like, I'm not gonna make you lose over 4 pieces of food. Maybe I won't save that prologue experience. That's what I get for overthinking. captain is dead. New London is weak. Food is low. Overpopulation looms. Coal is running out. People yearn for a future. Dreaming is the same future for us all. Have you ever yearned, Jared? Keep the city together. Or hold its hand on its deathbed. Very dramatic. Chapter 1. Scraping the Barrel. The captain is dead. As he weakened, growing divisions brought the city maintenance to a grinding halt. Now New London is left to suffer the consequences. As steward, it is your charge to lead, but you must prove yourself. The overcrowded city is low on resources. Use the warmer year to build more shelter, secure coal, and power the generator back on. Let's get to work. Okay. So let's see what we got here. Let's go ahead and drop a try to chapter 1 start. Or star, same difference. That way if we want to come back here, we can just come back here. Okay, so turn on the generator, frostbreak, shell coal seam, and construct an extractor district, construct housing districts. Okay. So let's do a little frost breaking. We'll start there. And then housing. So, I now have a better understanding than I did before on the better ways to heat. So this way we'll get the heat from the area. Because before I was just like, oh, all the blue tiles will make it better. No, once you hit 3 blue tiles, more blue tiles is not going to help. So we're going to do that. And we're going to go in here and we're going to use these 3 blue tiles. So now we will have twice the goodness. We're going to do that. When those build up, they should have a 0 heat need because they should be triangulating each other, maybe? I don't know. We're going to see. We're already off to a better start than we did last time. I know heat stamps are currency, but I don't remember where they come from. Heat stamps are stockpile resources that can be spent on frostbreaking, funding construction, or when using specific actions. City collects heat stamps weekly. Every community provides its share depending on its size. The bigger the community, the more they contribute. This means that so it's taxes, basically. Heat stamp income has become can be increased by satisfying goods demand. It can also be modified by certain laws and buildings. You can request or donate heat stamps to communities and factions. Okay. Keep the frost breaking going. Keep that right on trucking for now. Watch out for squalor. We'll come back to this when the frost breaking is done. Alright, now let's see how these are looking. Yep. So because of the shelter and near the housing districts, right now they are they're not demanding any more heat, which is just great for us. Now again, we're going to learn the lesson I just learned in that prologue. And I don't need to overthink this. All altogether that much. Get some good extraction district going. We're losing food, but we have a stockpile, so we're okay. Captain is dead, coal is gone, generator is off, we're doomed! Calm down, I've been in the job 5 minutes. I love these little trains. They're so cool. Okay. I don't want to go too crazy with the frost breaking because we only have so much of it before we'll have to, you know, pay more money. Or before we'll run out of money, rather. We should also be clearing out space. Okay, so that's gonna let us turn on the generator. Come here. Turn on. Good work, steward. We have secured new coal deposit. It is part of the last vein in New London. There are still some deposits left, but they won't last for long. We'll need to improve our mining to use it efficiently, but the city and communities are voicing different ideas about how to do it. We need to decide whose ideas are worth pursuing. Okay, expand an existing housing district. Build a research institute. Research an idea for mines. Okay. Expand the housing district. Also don't think it would be a bad idea to get these prefabs. We're doing really good on prefabs right now. I don't think it'd be the worst idea to get started on some materials, because that's what I didn't do last time and it was a problem. It's the same thing for an industrial district. Understand why that wasn't working. Oh, I see. Because this is where that district is. Okay.
The steward appreciates all your adoring letters and will answer personally in due time.
And I just didn't build an industrial district last time, and it was really screwing me over. So we're gonna do both of those. Now pray Whiteout doesn't collapse at all like the last time. That's rude. So once again, we have the Faith Keepers, because that's the thing we kind of picked there. So we have the New Londoners. Faith Keepers is the extremist Frostline community. I want to keep building and frost breaking, but I don't want to go too crazy. Oh, you know what I'm going to need is food. Duh. And we're going to need to eventually get over there, too. Looks like I actually already have a fair amount of frost breaking in some good areas by food, so I think making sure I have good access to all of the coal is really helpful. We'll eventually want to get over there for more housing too. Okay. So Research Institute.
Steward.
A new generation. The generator wakes. A child is born. People gather on the generator towers it wakes. With a thundering shudder and it bestows heat on us yet again. This is the heart of the city. Our last line of defense against the cold. Our first hope in a future. For any future. Stuart, there's a couple who says their first child, a daughter, was born at the exact moment the generator sprang to life. They called her Lily May, and they asked you to bless her. They could have named her generator. You gave us hope back. Thank you. Our child may yet have a future ahead of her. May your life be warm and the winds spare your path, child. There's tension. They are tense. Oh, we need more shelter. Well, we did expand. Can I build more shelter over here? I can at that. So we'll do over there like we did over here. Problem. Okay, I should really just let things build now before I do anything. Boink. Now we have materials. Oh god, so many things are happening. This is gonna start switch to goods, not prefabs, because we're actually doing pretty okay on prefabs right now. Looks like we're losing materials. There's still a pretty good stockpile, but at least we're making some materials now. A small crowd gathers outside the new research institute, arguing about how to exploit the last coal veins. The Faith Keepers and New Londoners, they want us to lean on machine-powered mining. The Frostlanders would have us pursue a more frugal solution. They would never display such discord under the captain's rule. You have to choose who to entrust with the developing ideas. Show me our options. The idea tree. Okay. I don't remember. I feel like we picked the blasting coal mine last time. More workforce for less coal. Squalor is increased. Disease is slightly increased. I don't really know which one I like more. They're both kind of iffy. I feel like I just was so on this side last time. I kind of want to try this one this time. Mix it up a little bit. We need to build multiple, actually. So what we need to do is put this. Make goods, please. Thank you. Okay, so we're still in a goods deficit, but significantly less than we have been before. And then this should resolve a lot of the housing once that actually goes up. But this should help keep crime down. This is what I didn't do anything of last time. I think we'll just expand and hit those. And we'll basically have 3. I need to collect more taxes before I can do anything. But this should resolve the heat problem, which should make them all much happier. Or not the heat problem, the housing problem. Yep. We now have room for everybody, so they're going to be less sick. And we still have a heat surplus. District? Heck yeah. Right now this has heat demand. Now if I expanded this, which I don't have the money to do right now, but I bet if I expanded it, it would give me just enough goods. I know I can turn the speed up, and I'm slightly inclined to do so, since we're waiting. That was the other problem I had.
Beware of frostbite. Keep your face and ears covered.
Let's go ahead and speed it up a little bit, because I can't do anything such as it is anyway. Let's 50 heat stamps and then expand this. I don't really want to go there because that's a tile that I could use for something. Like that. I don't know that I'm setting this up the best, but I'm setting up better than I did last time. Praying to the generator. Such relief to have you back on. Oh, holy generator, provider and sustainer, our light, our heart, our shining beacon. Hear our prayer. It's a generator, ma'am. It's a generator. Make us instruments of your light. It is an instrument in self, actually, that we might fill our hearts of our flock with your radiance and forever fight against the cold frost. May you forever warm our paths. Ma'am, it is a generator. I'm not an engineer, but I don't think there's ears on this sucker anywhere. Don't know how to tell you. Now that these are both built, excellent. The demand is low there as well. Now I'm kind of curious. So this is output of 150. This is output of 120. I think it's because this one's not expanded. It's just this will last longer because it has more. Why did you switch back to prefabs? I want you making goods. Okay. We are at goods. Food is going to be my next problem. I can tell. We are losing materials too, but we still have a stockpile of that. So my next thing I need to do is food. Slap down a little food over there. Industrial there, and then we will eventually get low on prefabs, so I might want to put an extractor on the prefabs here. Love to frost break, but we don't have that in us at this time. I'm just trying to stay out and ahead of problems I had before. Okay. Now we have to build the dust bowl mine. So we need a lot more. We need 80 heat stamps. So we are not there. gotta collect a few more taxes. But we're doing pretty good right now. God, I already lost. What, okay. I'm like, what was I doing? Get that built. Once we build that, it'll send us on to the next thing. I do need to get recapped. So I'd love to have more goods. We don't have a surplus. Oh, apparently we have a surplus, but we're not actually gaining anything, so. With the new mine, the impending doom of the depleting coal is postponed, yet the difference between communities remains. The weakening captain wanted to establish a council to settle them. He didn't leave to see it, though. It falls to you, steward. The people of New London want a say in how it's run. First decision, whether you should lead the city. Well, I don't know why you'd all be pissy with me. We're doing so much better than we were doing last time. See, I think this is what kept throwing me off before, is the symbol for coal and the symbol for heat stamps are definitely different symbols, and they definitely look similar-ish. Like, they're not at all the same symbol, but if you're not paying attention, they sure as heck look like the same one. And so I was just getting a little confused there. So we gotta get 80 heat stamps. That's fine. We'll collect some taxes. Did this food joint get built? It sure did. We're losing less food, but we still need to solve the whole food thing. I wonder if you can just postpone getting a council for like a really long time. And I wonder if there's any like strategic advantage to that. But now as we need this. Was it 50 or it was 80? I need to collect more taxes, dang it. I need more workforce is what I need. Apparently I only have 2 out of all of this, I only have 200 available. Council Hall. And then hopefully they will think I'm doing okay. But I'm completely out of workforce. I can't even frostbreak without shutting something down. I guess I could probably put this on pause. It's probably what I would do, because this is going fine. I could put this on pause and not need to make as much room. Boink. The council gathers for the first time. Anticipation fills the air as the council opens. The captain ruled with a firm hand for years. Those times have died with him. Now the communities of the city want their say. The Faith Keepers are the only organized faction and have strong opinion on everything. They are devoted to what they claim was the late captain's vision. A godly society built on progress, equality, and tradition. I love that. Progress and tradition. New Londoners and Frostlanders clash over survival strategy, though neither of them has a firm stance on economic or social issues. Then there are those who view the Faith Keepers with contempt for their role in New London's history, but they keep to the shadows for now. Based on your handling of the coal crisis, the first decision is whether or not you should remain as steward. I'm assuming the coal crisis is what we just did, because the prologue was oil and not coal. Let's just go ahead and vote. I don't feel like negotiating. I think they should vote for me or not.
The proposed
Slipped
law
in there.
has been approved.
I get to stay. As steward, a steward you shall remain, then. Good. There are challenges ahead. Expanding coal extraction is a great success, but the vein will only last so long. We need to explore the Frostland for permanent source fuel, otherwise the city will have no future.
Have reached a decision.
Okay, well, I can't do that without more people, I think. So what's going to be the cheapest one to reach? Probably that one again. And we can go by way of also getting access to food. That'll be the other... I will have to solve the food problem here shortly. Let's look at the idea tree. I probably can't... Yeah, I can't afford anything on the idea tree right now. Once we get to 50, I'll be able to. Dust coal mine. Yeah. Yeah. What is this? Slightly decreased efficiency. Why? Probably because they're sick. My assumption. Colder.
Secure additional layers. A cold season is imminent.
Let's check out the idea tree. See what we got here. Housing insulation. The asbestos lining. We did this last time. Everyone seems to like the idea of asbestos lining. We're doing as best as we can. Okay, what about food? I think we did bio waste last time and it ended up bonding with something else I did. That's right, we'd have to build that as a hub though. I don't know if I want to do anything that's going to be hub based right now. But I also don't think I'm going to have an option. So let's see here. What's housing block? Oh, once again, it's a hub. I don't want, gosh dang it. I thought the hubs were just over here. The youths. I don't know that I want to do that right now. Let's just go for the asbestos. There's no reason not to do it because apparently asbestos doesn't actually increase disease, which is interesting to me. And everybody seems to like it. And getting that in sooner rather than later will be good. Look at that! See, it did increase housing now that it got colder. Or increase heat demand in housing. We do have a heat surplus at this time. But only at this time. No, like I said, I want to keep frost breaking, but that was actually really important to do, I think. Food is going to be an issue here sooner rather than later, and so is having a logistics district. So we're just going to have to do the best we can with what we have. But I'm not really going to have the workforce. I think I'll be able to temporarily shut down, or at least lessen the number of people at this one. Because even though it'll probably drop us below coal needs once the temperature drops again, that it will actually get back warmer to this point of being somewhat quickly. And we have a little bit of a coal surplus. the sooner we get out there, the sooner I can get more people, which is going to be really helpful. So, like, if I were to go here now, it would not let me build a logistics district because I don't have
Do
the
not
workforce.
be alarmed by any unusual noises coming from the generator.
Don't be alarmed by the
Routine
generator.
maintenance work is underway.
So, what I'm going to need to do is dial down the number of people working here, probably, so we can get the logistics district. What do I need for one? 400 workers, so I need to drop down. Well, that's going to be basically this whole district. Not really. It'll still be around. But, like, that is our surplus. So, it's gonna get a little sticky, but at least we're gaining a surplus right now and not losing it, so we'll be alright. I'll bring it down once we get to the 50 heat stamps. I understand why this efficiency is decreased, though. Is it from the research district? Weird. I wonder if it was like people got sick and so it bopped it down and then it didn't automatically put it back up. It would make a certain amount of sense. Okay. Too many buttons at once here. Dirt. Okay. Very good. So we're gonna stop making a surplus once it gets colder again. But again, that's only gonna be for like a couple of weeks here. And we're gonna have a surplus. So this is gonna kind of get me by. So I can build this logistics district over here. And once we build a logistics district, I'll be able to start going out and looking for more people, which is going to be very important. I feel slightly less spiraling out of control than I have in the past. I don't have the workforce for Frostpunk. Gotcha. I guess I could bring down the number of people here too. Because I mean, we're already eating into the stockpile. We can now survey the frozen lands around New London. Ba-ba-bum! Launch expeditions to discover the location of interest and resources you can harvest from your city. This is something I kind of fumbled with last time too, so I want to try to keep up with this again. You can select territories to explore by clicking on their names. To explore a territory, you need to allocate a certain number of Frostland teams, which are a resource from the logistics district. Territories have difficulties that affect the cost, time, and threat level of their exploration. Open territory is fast and safe to explore, requires fewer teams. Rugged takes more time, has an increased threat level, requires more teams. Challenging is the most time consuming to explore, has the highest threat level. Blocked is impossible to explore, usually caused by whiteout. Threat level of a territory signifies whether there'll be any consequences to sending people there. Safe, there won't be any. Dangerous, there could be some. Exploration will result. Oh, dangerous could be injuries. Exploration could be deaths. Exploration of a territory will always cause injuries or deaths with a specific threat level. The number of people affected may differ each time. So the number, if there's like a certain threat, if it's a deadly threat level, someone will die, but it might be one person, it might be all of them. It's going to be a dice roll is how I'm taking that. Threat level as well as duration cost of exploration can be reduced by researching new exploration methods in the idea tree. If the exploration of a territory is interrupted due to whiteout or lack of Frostland teams, you must send an expedition again to resume it. After they reach chosen territory. Overpopulation and dwindling fuel reserves force many residents of New London to take refuge in these temporary shelters, built around a small hot spring. Its inhabitants wait for conditions to improve enough for them to return home. Take them back in. Let's start in the foothills. It's safe and we can find a little bit of everything. Getting in more people is going to be helpful. For sure. Okay, so it got colder.
Will be launching shortly.
Ah, but we got the new passive boost from the asbestos, which actually just kicked us back into no heat problems. So we're still good the way we're at. But we're having a goods problem now for some reason. Okay. So let's get back to the idea tree. Food heating efficiency. To limit the amount of heat required by food distribution, be careful of selecting hybrid. Wow, it's expensive. I mean, it's important, but it is expensive. Okay, so this will lower heat demand and disease, but efficiency will be down. Workforce requirement, but squalor is marginally increased. Oof. Some of these decisions I really don't want to make yet. Isn't one of these logistic-based storing and handling only essential survival gear? So we get more Frostland teams. So 20 Frostland teams, but it requires 600 people to work there, or 15 teams, it only requires 500 people to work there. I was really struggling with the amount of teams, but if I'm going to end up siding with them later, that might be less of a problem that I was getting in. What about those kids? I liked family apprenticeship last time. Workforce is increased versus speed is increased, but you get less money. I like this. I think we should do this. Let's just see how it goes outright. Oh, and it well passed outright.
Hear ye. The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
Heck yeah. It hasn't been yelling at me about rules this time, but I think it's because I haven't been having problems. But if you note, I'm having problems. The population didn't go up. So, we're going to let that frostbreaking finish, and then we're going to start dealing with some of these problems. Because I don't think food joints make squalor. I think I can do this. And then do this. And then I can expand it. And when I expand it, I'll get the heat bonus. I should expand a couple of houses anyway. Should frost break over here and get a lot of this stuff unlocked. Now I know I'm still inefficient in some of these places. This one can go back to normal. This I'm not as worried about though, because we're actually doing okay for right now. Worried about her son, looking for a culprit. Little Joey's been coughing all night. His forehead's as hot as a generator. It's them Turners, I know it. They've got that new flu. Oh, okay. So it is going to yell at me about something. So hopefully childhood crime is going to be less of a problem.
Don't shield your apprentice from the dangerous aspects of your job. This is how they learn.
This is how they learn. We gotta solve some of these problems. We gotta solve some of these. Oh, I don't have prefabs. Oh my god. I knew this was coming. Okay. So for a little while, we're gonna have to switch this to prefabs. Which is gonna be a problem for goods. We're gonna get this under control. Stuart, the new count has revealed significant growth in our population. In recent weeks, some attribute the rise to an influx of settlers. Okay, let's get to 100 heat stamps. Ish. We're gonna have to. Okay. So right now I can't do much because I don't have any more prefabs. This is gonna make me prefabs. This building a district here will let me get prefabs, as will building one here. And in fact, if I build one here, I might more readily have the adjacency bonus. To do that, I need 150 prefabs. So we're gonna let time tick on because I gotta let this make me prefabs, which is gonna take a minute. Gosh dang it. We were doing okay, and then it all started getting away from me. We have to focus on prefabs, even though I have a lot of other problems. Once we run out of prefabs, I can't build anything else. I really should have been paying more attention to that. I heard the sound effect somewhere. Now I can build an industrial district, but that doesn't really help me right now. We're just gonna have to kind of hope everything can hold on until I solve this prefabs problem. Actually, what that does mean though is if I want to take a little bit of time to frost break a little bit more, I totally can. In case I do actually want to build along there. Because that'll give me a little bit more freedom in what I want to do here. 140. Gotta get to 150. Okay, there. Extraction district that we will now build on a prefab. And that will kind of double our prefabs. Once this is up and I'm making prefabs, I'm not going to switch away from goods just yet. Well, actually, no, we were already in a deficit on that anyway, so we're going to have to kind of keep going. No common rules about sickness. Yep, I will make that a thing. Okay. Contagious people will be placed in quarantine and cared for by the city in dedicated accommodations. Disease is significantly increased, but shelter demand per capita is increased. I do not believe we did the infectious badge. I was not really into that. We're already low on shelter, and I don't think shelter's going to ultimately be a problem. So I think we'll go for this one. Negotiate. Open to negotiate. These guys are more likely to vote for it. So if I go here to vote for it, use community action, grant agenda. Oh yeah. I don't mind this. They can vote on the next law. That doesn't mean the law has to pass. It just means they get to vote on the next law, which is fine. And we squeak through.
The proposed law has been approved.
Contagion prevention has been regulated. Horizons. We're gonna go with Frostlanders, and we're gonna grant agenda. So we did the thing they like. So now everybody's feeling
Take
better.
note.
Except
A new rule
I'm not
enters
feeling
into force.
Materials is a problem. God, everything's a problem. We were off to such a strong start, and now it's like, just kidding. Yeah, they're gonna keep being sick until I solve this housing problem. So there's just a lot of things happening right now. Stuart, the Faith Keepers have begun their monthly processions, visiting each door of the city as a symbol of the captain's presence alive in every home. However, a select group of Frostlanders refuse to leave their doors open. We aren't getting in their way, we just don't want strangers barging into our homes. We're all one flock under his wing, urged the priest. How can we be united if one steps away? Stop. You don't need to go and be a problem. Everyone can just calm the frick down. Okay. Is there anything we can be grabbing here that's gonna help? Food energy efficiency is a good idea, and it's passive, and it's not going to piss anybody else off. And that way we can be working on something. I don't know how I can feel like I have a better understanding of the game and feel like I'm doing worse. Other than maybe because I have a better understanding of the game, I know how badly I'm doing versus last time. The jettisoned secondary engine of Dreadnought. Under its hull, we found a core, irreproducible component from before the frost, used to power most advanced technology. Fissures suggest Dreadnought travels the ice by a long time ago. Okay, they'll all come once we find a stable source. Mining complex is inhabited by children a long time ago. Over the years, they grew older and became citizens of New London. The last miners were ordered home by the captain, but we know the coal remains in the shafts. The approach trail is in poor condition, but we found a warehouse with prefabs the captain intended to use to improve it. We could take them or leave them in place if we want to use the mine again. Start there. I don't have enough to do the rest, so build that much. Yep. I'll get us more food, don't worry. Need more prefabs for more food, so working on getting prefabs right now. I think this is gonna be a bigger problem. Materials. Food at least is still somewhat there. Oh, no, they're both pretty big problems.
Please exercise caution, even in quarantine. One illness
See, there's
does
part of
not
me that's
make
like,
you
just keep making
invulnerable
prefabs,
to
but I think
others.
we're just gonna have to solve some of these. The housing problem is gonna be huge. As the captain's authority weakened, different groups started pulling the city in other directions. New London grew overpopulated, whiteouts ruined expansion attempts. Now coal is finally running out. Without heat, shelter, people started freezing to death. As the captain appointed you before passing, people are anxious you're not up to the task. Prove them wrong, steward. Cold that is risen to a concerning level, people may die or suffer frostbite. Provide shelter and heat to fight it. Yep, I'm aware. I'm working on it. This is starting to feel a lot more how it was supposed to be feeling. It's a lot more like how Frostpunk feels now. Oh, because houses need 200. Yeah. There we go. Housing district. Excellent. That one built. That's not gonna do a lot, but it'll do something. It'll make a dent. That'll get a fair amount of people out of the cold. It'll be about half of our unhoused will be housed again. Expedition support will be held in use. That's fine.
A cold spell will soon hit us. Prepare accordingly.
Yep, we're working on it. Steward, the cold wave has taken the lives of people in the city. People found frozen not only open streets, but some houses and workplaces as well. The air is thick with grief. Yeah, okay. I'm working on it. I really do promise I'm working on it. Believe it or not, I'm actually working on it. So many things that are a priority. At least it's going to get a little bit warmer here in a couple of weeks. But materials is going to become a big problem here soon. Put those up. And then the next thing is probably to get the can build that.
Please give the right of way to frost-breaking teams in transit.
Alright, Ray. We have a council, but will anything actually change? For years, the Faith Keepers have just had their way, but if this is a chance to block some of their idiotic ideas, we can show the city reason. Convince them to adapt to the Frost, to embrace the new age. Speak to the others tonight. The Evolvers
are now officially recognized by the city.
511 Frostlanders have organized into a faction. The Evolvers prize cold rationality, personal achievement. They dislike family and friendship and supported quarantine. So now we have 2 fanatical sides. How fun. You know what? Hold some evening prayers. As long as I'm gonna have some freaks, I might as well have the freaks help me out. So much I gotta get done. This, I believe, is because we're now getting coal in from the outside, so that's just excellent news. Yeah. Ugh. Finding more people is not necessarily what I want to do right now. Anywhere else we would go is not great. So let's actually okay, I can't get over there anyway until we have more teams. Okay. Working on it. Once we get to 150, I'm going to build some more prefabs over here, and that's going to help with all of the building we need to do. And probably let me switch this back over to goods. Could almost take this down for right now. I don't think that's a good idea. Tell you what I'm gonna have to do. One thing at a time, Jess. Rejected by the delegates. Oh no! Well, I kept my promise. I kept my end of the deal. I kept my end of the deal. We need more prefabs, but I'm gonna want to get a fuel stockpile going. Oh, this one's almost out. I was just thinking I wasn't necessarily gonna need it forever. This one has significantly more tiles it's on top of. Okay, I really royally effed this one up last time, so we're going to try to not do this again. Steward, some of the coal deposits in this district will soon run out. The Faith Keepers and the New Londoners believe they can use explosives to access deeper veins of coal. Frostlanders say we should send children in for Mr. Ora in the tighter tunnels. Some did this as kids themselves. Others, okay. So, explosives was bad. Mine almost blew up. I'm going to assume the children will die. So we're going to avoid all risks. We're just going to not even, we're going to not. We're just going to not. We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. I haven't even built on this mine yet. We're just going to take this one down and put it there and we'll be fine. Like, everything's going to be okay. Everything will be okay. Crop selection. Heck yeah. I can do that, but honestly, I think I'm going to eventually go over there. So I think this isn't the worst idea either. Well, this will kind of hit. This will hit all three. Oh no, it won't. Yeah, we'll do this. That'll lessen the amount of people needed to work there. I know, food is a problem too. We're working on it. Just promise everybody we're working on it, okay? Ah, I know. I know. I know. I know. I know. It looks really bad. We're gonna be okay, I promise. I think we're gonna focus on food next, just because it is gonna
everyone
get
not
warmer.
to aid initiates wandering the Frostland. They must find their own way back.
Okay. Wow, housing districts need a lot of prefabs. What does expansion cost? Way less. Okay, so maybe we should be expanding. Heat stamps. I will eventually have the heat stamps though. Now I'm getting there, prefab. Gotta get to 200 and then I can build a food district. I don't have the workforce. Gosh, dang it! This one's dying out anyway. So go ahead and throttle back some people. Because we're doing really good on coal. And I need the people.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay. Steward, we're struggling with heat stamps. A group of evolvers have come forward with an idea of how to solve it. We should pass durable goods. Let us pursue it and the city will benefit. Investigate the solution. Oh, I wanted to look at it. I didn't want to say I'd pass it. Well, now I've promised it, so. I think we went mass-produce goods last time. Oh no, I was thinking of something else. Where did we organize? I think I actually prefer that one to this one, but I accidentally promised it, so I guess we're gonna do it. Negotiate. The New Londoners are not gonna like this. So what do I need to do to get you to vote for it? hate that, but I don't know what the other options are. I wish I could see what the other options are from within here. That's one quality of life thing I wish they could find a way to do. Versus researching these two things. Yeah, we'll research that. That's fine. But this will actually help with the goods a little bit.
Hear ye, hear ye. The votes.
Trust rises. So we're all feeling pretty good. Now I have to research. Yeah, heat will be. Yeah, look at that. Look at that right now. They want me to pass this. I just don't have the heat stamps right now, so we'll wait on that. In that case, while we're doing so good and we're bringing in so much, let's go here and throttle this back a little bit. Meanwhile, I'd like to be able to expand this. Heat stamps to expand it. I think once I get the heat stamps, I'm actually going to go for the research before I just utterly forget that I need to do it. So our goods went down a little bit, which our need for goods went down a little bit, which is helpful. I think here, let's actually switch back over to goods. Because our prefabs are doing okay. Yeah, and we have a surplus of these, so we should be broadly fine. Let's hop into here. So this is the one I promised versus salvaging factories. I don't hate that I went this way. That's fine. So we'll start the research process just so I don't forget, especially since it takes an amount of time to research. And we currently have a heck of a lot more coal. So we'll buy ourselves a little bit of time here. Why don't we de-radicalize them a little bit?
Stewart.
Have a few less of them. Because I just feel like I thought I was going to be more New Londoner when I started playing this last time, and I ended up being a lot more Frostlander than I thought I was going to be. Yeah, we're doing much better on the
Do not
prefabs.
succumb to wasteful fashion. A well-made coat is always
Do not
in
succumb to
style.
the wasteful fashion. That isn't a whole. Break that frost, baby. Break that frost. Both of these claim that they're actually running out, which is a little frustrating. But like, eventually we can just make more prefabs, because I have a fair amount of materials in here. Just gotta play it a little bit smart here, that's all. This time we are not going all in on oil, though. We're going to take the Frostlanders side and do multiple sources. Because basically I just had all of this coal I couldn't do anything with. Did not feel worth it to me. They're pissed at me now. Not pissed, but neutral at least. I'm glad that I have sided with the smallest faction. The Jody women keep joking I'll fall asleep. Yeah, you would have been a street punk had I not done this. Expand that so I can get some more teams. Yeah, we're doing way better on prefab. So even if we kind of run out of prefabs here soon, we're just doing better overall. And I can probably turn this into an industrial district in the future. I have a lot of materials, I just need to get to them. Something yelling at me? Z is currently under control. More and more citizens question why we keep some housing empty for the quarantine. Makes no sense! I get it. I get it, but we're gonna keep you know, we're gonna keep going. Now let's see here. Can we pipe watch? That might be a good way to get them to vote for something, because I actually wouldn't mind this one. I'd love to get that, but I don't think they like me enough right now. I should have gone with enact that law instead of this thing, because I actually kind of like that law. That's okay. As I get more used to the game, I'll be able to like recognize what those things are as I go through. That'll only help. So we got the Frostland teams coming. Launch expedition. So we can find that fuel source. But then we're gonna come back in here and see about what we can do. We're gonna expand there. And I think one expansion in one whole new district will resolve housing. What is going on? Workforce, but it significantly reduces the amount of heat needed at a place. Londoners command set. That's good. Outright build a housing district. Oh, I see. I'm gonna have to break some frost in order to do that. See, I don't want it to go too close to there because of squalor. Same with over here. Squalor's pretty bad. Kinda after this up. What if we instead break some frost?
An automaton has broken down and is blocking traffic. Technicians are on their way.
We're doing way better in prefabs now, so I'm just gonna not super stress about that at the moment. Can't build there either because I don't have the food tile. So that will also require some frost breaking. Oh, but I could build one over here. Yeah. And then actually put a housing district here. Then I could go with the housing district and the food district. That might actually be pretty good. We're very close to solving housing and food as a problem, but materials and goods continues to be a problem. So what? I'm gonna pause this real quick. I'm gonna use the restroom. This water's going through me, and we will come back. Alright, I'm back. Ugh, refreshed the drinks, refreshed myself, and we're back to stewarding. It's gonna get colder again, but we have a stockpile, so I'm not really worried about that. I think I was waiting, for the heat stamps so that I can probably build a housing district over here. I think I can. See, the problem is squalor is going to be an issue here if I really want to use like that tile. I wasn't really thinking when I did that. Hey, Kathleen, welcome! How was the garden today? I hope you're doing well. We started over, I think I shot you a text message or in that text, basically since the last time we played, I knew we weren't going to make it on our last playthrough anyway. I was curious to see how far we'd go. But I'd made a lot of mistakes, and then the game has like updated a few times. Nothing major, but just like back-end fixes and rebalancing. And I'm like, let's just start over. So this is kind of where you saw it before. We're still in chapter 1. I think we were on chapter 2 where we left off last time. So we're back a little ways. We haven't made the decision to go all oil or mix of energies, but I don't know if that means anything to you anyway. Garden was pretty good. Soggy as it was. Yeah, it's rainy here too. We're getting the. It's not rain. Well, it's not soaking wet. We ended up, at least in my part of the state, we didn't get crazy amounts of rain, but parts of the state are getting the Helene remnants. I don't know if you were also getting the Helene remnants. No, not really. They're all like very minor updates, just like just, you know, how much specifically you get out of doing this, that, or the other thing. Wow, that's a lot of people. Look at that. So it's not necessarily stuff you would notice when you're playing unless you're like freakishly good at noticing things, but I was just kind of worried that the game would have started with like one set of rules and then we were going to continue, and I was like, meh. I won't necessarily restart every time they do an update, but I was like, enough updates have happened, I feel like this is a good idea. Okay, food we've finally gotten a little bit better. Of course, the population will continue to grow, so. One thing I have noticed is I have a much better understanding of the mechanics thanks to some guides I've watched, which is pretty cool. Hopefully this will get us in a better shape with food and housing, but we still have to solve materials and goods. Yeah, I think you're getting rain too. Your family in Georgia's okay. Oh, I'm glad, yeah. But it was really bad when one of your aunts lived. She still doesn't have power. Hot dang. Freaking bad in her house. Yeah, I have an aunt who has a second, well, she has a house, I think I've talked about it before. She has a house in Florida, and my uncle has a house, like, she has a family house in Florida, and my uncle has a family house in the UP. So, like, they bounce between the UP house and the Florida house. They kind of, like, joined into families of houses. But the Florida house is not okay. It is flooded, and it flooded the other year when, what was it, Ian went through Fort Myer. So, she's contemplating where she lives now. Abe Chambers, 90, former shipwright. Longing to join his wife and beyond. 90 years old, 90 summers, well, winter's more like. I've had a good life, I guess. Well, I've had a life anyway. Not everyone in the old Queen Hive crew can say that. I've always thought I'd be sharing my Liddy's grave, but now Pete's pressuring me to donate my body to the city. Apparently some of them doctors are using dead folks' skin to fix up frostbite or something. Can't they leave me alone? Haven't I been through enough? Guys, it's the apocalypse. If I have to use your skin to save somebody, I'm going to use your skin to save somebody. I don't understand why this is... I don't know if it's because I'm a person that genuinely believes that once you are dead, you are no longer in your body. I have no qualms whatsoever about bodies being used for things. I do have a lot of qualms about, like, desecrating bodies, or, like, out of cruelty or malice or lack of caring. Like, you shouldn't just do stuff to bodies. But if there's a use, if you're doing something for a use, I have no moral issues with it whatsoever. I think it's messed up if you're just like, I'm gonna go kick that dead guy, but if you're like, that dead guy's kidneys could save 18, well, I guess what those kidneys are doing, that's that's my random soliloquy for the day. Okay, what should we be working on? This is gonna fix housing. I need materials and goods. So I probably need to frostbreak then. Over here. Unless I want to get material. I can get materials going over here, but honestly, this is already set up with more stuff. I'd kind of rather frostbreak over here. Because like this will probably become a series of industrial things. Okay, housing and food is under control. That's good. That's really, really good. Yeah, Helene has been... Yeah, hopefully they'll get it figured out.
Help us keep you warm. Report all
Florida
leaks and damages
climate is
to the
great
nearest
until it is-
maintenance office.
It's kind of the thing of it. So, materials is what I need to be working on next. Goods will come with the ability to have, like, I need to work on goods, but I can't really do anything with goods until I have more materials, so. What I need is more people, but this group should be finding more people. Of course, I need more people now that... Let's get ahead of... housing, I think. That would be a not bad idea. While I have a little bit of a surplus, I'm trying to think that. Actually, speaking of ideas, go into the idea tree. What does housing block do for me? Adds more shelter in subsidized housing. Dense housing. Okay, so subsidized. Residential tower providing functional shelter with basic amenities to workers and their families supported by the city. Residential tower provided by compact shelter with low sanitation to the masses, keeping them off the streets and out of sight. So this is plus 20 shelter. Costs and heat stamps, heat demand. This is the same heat demand. More shelter. Disease is slightly increased, but there's not a money change. But I'd get a lot more. I think I'd rather do subsidized housing block. And you would construct it in food extraction, industrial logistic, or housing. I haven't really sided with them in a minute anyway, so we're gonna go subsidized housing. It's not quite as much housing, but it's still more than. Okay, population increase, which is good and bad in various ways. Good, in that I did need more population. Bad, in that I didn't have that. Food is the most critical one to solve right now. Sure can. Cannot expand this one further, so this is already expanded it. I must have already expanded this one. Apparently I've also, okay, apparently I've just been expanding my food districts already. That's nice. I don't think I've expanded this one because it's like, oh, maybe I haven't been expanding them. Maybe I just don't have heat stamps. That makes sense. Now, fuel, we're gonna need more of a fuel stockpile, but it's also about to get colder. Oh, God, I need. There's a heat surplus going into cold, so that'll be good. Ray, welcome. Rowdy funeral, no comment rules. So there's a shameful display during a wake yesterday. Some of the deceased family wanted traditional burial, while others complained about wasteful antics. Said the body should be donated for further city's health care. It's gonna save people's lives. Okay. I ended up restarting. I was just saying. I don't think we were gonna. I was gonna ride the last file to my inevitable loss, and I was pretty sure we were gonna lose because I had made a lot of mistakes. But they did a lot of back-end updates, and I was like, well, rather than risk it getting confused, we'll just start over. Real quick. Funerals. Harvesting funerals. Disease will be harvested in their body parts used to support the city's healthcare. Bodies must be buried untouched. So trust loss from death is decreased. Disease is slightly decreased. Research speed is slightly increased. I really like this one. I'm sorry, guys. We're gonna do this. Yeah, no, they're gonna be mad at me. Negotiate. I think the Frostlanders would actually be for this. So we're gonna go to the New Londoners. What do you want to vote for it? And I was saying before that I kind of wish I would have done this because I actually really liked this. All of this looks really good too. But this is the one I knew I liked. So we're gonna try to get this one passed next time. The Packers are playing terribly, so you needed a break. That's fair. That's completely fair. I'm wearing my Spartan hoodie today, and they did not win yesterday. But they were also playing Ohio State, so it sucks that they lost to Ohio State. But Ohio State's supposed to be much better this year. Harvesting funerals is gonna piss people off. I'm sorry, we're trying to survive.
Hear ye,
You're just not
hear
gonna
ye.
convince me
The delegates
that I should let
have
children die
spoken. The law
because you don't want to save some bits.
A law
Yeah.
has passed in the council. Take
Yeah.
heed.
The Spartans are gonna have a rough year because last year was the year our coach got fired for, we'll call them indiscretions. And then we had a year with like a temporary last minute coach, and then now this is our first year with a new coach, and things gotta get figured out. Okay, what do we got over here? This is caravan nearby. We were started bodies laid side by side. Map suggests we're heading to the old machine. Let's see. What's here? Commuter are eking out pitiful living off of moss and small fish with no furnace. They're survivors. They've been I would prefer to live in New London. I need people. Oh! I would love to get this food. Actually. Do I not need to... Hold on. Do I not need to do this? Okay, well, whatever. Let's just see if I even need to do it. Doesn't look like I even need to do it. Well, that's gonna solve the food problem desperately. Okay, food problem has sub-frickin-sided. I love that for us. This will solve some housing once that's actually built. But for the time being, we can also just simply build another housing district. I don't want to move up here because I'm gonna build a coal mine there eventually. Oh, I'm so dumb. I should have just expanded. Hold on. Can I cancel the demolition? No. It's fine. I should have just expanded instead of, because I forgot that there was another. Oh well. That's fine. We'll just rebuild it. I just wasn't paying attention. That's my own fault. That is my own frickin' fault. No one to blame but me. that they're coming back. If I want to keep trucking, I'm probably going to need more teams. Yeah. Which is fine. The food was just desperately needed, so that means I don't think this can expand any further. So to get more teams, I either have to pass a law or I need to expand towards that. I think that's the one I would expand. Yeah, we call him got fired for bad things. At which school's the Badgers is an amazing mascot? University of Wisconsin, that's right. Or Wisconsin-Madison, but yeah. Badger, 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 mushroom. Mushroom. We'll start frost breaking there so I can get my teams going again. I need to pass a law, but I can't do anything right now. But food is in much, much better shape. Housing is not. Housing is on the struggle list. There we go. Stay out of the squalor, get the heat bonus. Call it good.
Terminal
That makes sense.
8 of
Yeah, ours is the Wolverine.
that helps giant.
Wolverines.
Depend on it.
Squalor. Once this is done, I should go this way. Ah! Subsidize housing. If I put a subsidized housing block in these, I wonder if it's going to cause like the people to be sick or something. Am I going to want it? I guess I could put it in the food districts. Stick it in. I have a housing district and I have a subsidized housing block. So between those two, that should significantly help. It won't solve all of them.
It's too
Wanted Destiny. Stuart, a father's gonna. Yeah, I remember this. I think I picked this one. It's less effective, but it slightly prefers. Honestly, I think as long as the kids can go somewhere where they're being mentored, I don't really care if it's in family or not. I'm at fuel capacity. I need heat stamps in order to do it, though. It's about to get colder, though, so that's not going to be a case forever. Housing is much better. We're only down 15 now. That's going to continue to be a thing only because the population will continue to grow. Now I have the dang Badger song stuck in my head. Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. God, it's expensive. some way to increase heat stamps is what I need. Okay. Let me get this passed. $60 or $4 already. Like, it looks like it's gonna pass all on its own, so let's just go ahead and vote on it. Yep. It went through all on its own, didn't have to do anything. It passed.
The votes are in. The measure passes.
Excellent. Well, I guess do some prayers then.
Take note. A new rule enters into force.
Okay. Now let's... What am I trying to do here? Materials are still a problem, which means goods are still a problem. Let's get that going. Especially considering this is gonna run out. And when that runs out, I'm gonna really be in an issue. So like what I have isn't even good enough. Yeah, I know, that's fine. I'm just gonna get the rest of those prefabs and then be done. This is about done too. Which is also fun. Because once we have more materials, I can go to making prefabs. Demolish that district. Put in another coal district over here probably, and then make that housing probably. Frost break over there. It's back to the folder. So I'm not going to super worry about how my stockpiles are at the moment. Food, we're doing really good. Shelter, I need to keep working on. Need heat stamps to expand it. But I'm worried about the squad. We'll get it all together. I know. Now it says I only have 280 more weeks of coal, but that's not entirely true anyway because I can put in a whole other coal mine. I just haven't yet.
Wrap up well. The
So we're
frost
actually
is here.
losing- I'm not sure I'm that worried about it right now because our stockpile is pretty high. But at the same time, I have the workload, so maybe I'll just crank this one up and work on, that one will just wear down a little bit sooner. This is about to be gone. So let's get over here to another extraction district. There. Which is a logistics district. I can afford it. So let's just get that started. So I can get more teams, because more teams is going to get me a long way to store here faster anyway. at least not going down, and heat surplus is still fine. So squalor is a bit of an issue because of material scarcity. Working on that. Population size is the biggest issue, which is understandable. Before I just break this down, yeah, there's nothing to do there really. I'll put in another industrial district here, basically, because I need another industrial district anyway. So once this is done, there's plenty of materials to get over time. Spencer Cohen, 452 foreman, back from the city store inspecting his weekly allocation. Let's see, bar soap, blah, blah, blah. Okay. This was because I haven't done a policy on goods, so that'll be the next thing that comes up. So let's go ahead and demolish here because there's nothing else to get. And then that will be offset by this, and then I'll put an industrial district in there. So we'll be okay. Where would I like to frost break at this time? Probably through here. Get that built.
Please dispatch gift boxes to the steward by post to
You really
avoid
don't need to
unnecessary
dispatch
queuing.
anything to me, to be honest. You don't need to send me anything. That's unnecessary. When this goes down, we'll build the other coal mine over there, which is going to be about now. In fact, I probably have the, yeah, I have the ability to just build anyway, so we'll just go ahead and do it. Okay, go ahead and build it. We'll have to expand it to get the bonuses, but that's fine. I'll be able to expand it. Won't be an issue. We're going back into prefab problems though, which is why I need more industrial districts. But for more industrial districts, I need more materials. So it's all feeding into each other, and I still haven't solved my housing problem. Put in another subsidized housing block once I have the heat stamps, which will be very shortly. Go ahead and demolish this. Now it is yelling at me about coal, but that's okay. In fact, I have the workload, so let's just go ahead and do that. Workforce rather. But once the other one is up, now we really do need to get a move on though, because we are running low on coal. Now that we're breaking into what is my backup, it is time to get a move on. Subsidized housing block. I can put it in the logistics district. Heck yeah. I don't know if that's actually going to be a good idea or not, but we're going to try it. But that will solve my housing issue. Food has been solved for now, and we can now go further out into the Frostland. Which is what we need to do to get other stuff done. Very curious why this one needed a run and this one didn't, but I'm not going to complain because I'd rather not deal with it. Can't really do anything else at the moment without more teams, which is fine. then just went back down. We were up, and now we're down. Know what happened there. Steward! Steward! You ever be running a grocery store? Ironically, so are my people. Steward, some of our stores are running low on essential supplies, such as basic hygiene products, ordinary clothing. Seems that better off people are offering to pay to get more than they are allocated. Some people are willing to pay me to get more stuff. Okay, we're gonna commit to resolving the issue. Okay. City. Free essentials. Based on availability, city will ensure citizens are provided, which is what we did last time. I really do need money. Like, I have not done a lot of things that promote me getting the money I need in order to build the things that people need. So it kind of makes me feel like I need to do the capitalism instead of the socialism this time. We did the socialism last time. Right now I'm doing okay on trust, and I'm not doing great on heat stamps. This is supported by the Evolvers. This is supported by the Faith Keepers. Look at those hands on that typewriter. Like, those look like hands that are kind of emaciated, but not bad. Those are terrifying. My thing, when it says trust rises, I feel like that's a temporary... This feels to me like a temporary bonus versus two things that are permanent bonuses. And like, my trust is not low right now. I think we're gonna do the capitalism this time, although that's gonna be harder to pass. Much harder to pass. And honestly, that just comes out of like a temporary, like a one-off bonus versus a permanent bonus. Okay. These are all buildings, and I don't know what the other one is, so we're just gonna have to kind of look for which one looks not as bad. Squalor is increased. Squalor is slightly increased. Squalor is slightly increased. Let's do calibrated goods factory. I'll research that if you vote for what I need. Looks like we're just gonna sneak in there. Just barely got this through. Oh, no, we came through. Okay.
Hear ye.
Excellent. See, trust is already really high right now. So, that's one thing I kind of want to look at. Is it like a permanent threshold of trust? Because that would be really good. Like, if it was a permanent threshold of trust, I'd be very into it. And I can research more than one idea? Well, that's news to me. Okay. Anyway, I promised I'd get them this building. And I can't yet, because I need 100 heat stamps. Okay. So, when we get, we'll be very shortly to 100 heat stamps, and then we'll start the process. So I don't completely forget about it. Now, let's look at it. This is what I promised. Versus... yeah. I don't know which one I would have picked, but it would have been really tight anyway, so if it's at least something that I'm getting a benefit out of, I'm okay with it. This is just the prefabs, which I'm gonna need, but the idea behind that is I'm gonna start getting housing and food is also included. Okay, we're doing alright. So it is very much materials and goods that I gotta get as well as here. Can I expand? Probably not, but it's because of food stamps. Wasn't there something I was going to expand somewhere so I could get the bonus? I can't remember where that was now. Is it this food place? No, that one's doing fine. Somewhere along the way there was something where I was going to do something, you know? Oh, it was here. I think it was this I wanted to expand. My cold distractor. I'm at 50. Man, my brain has just been not retaining what I need it to do. Which is just the prefabs. There's no more prefabs in this area, so there's no real point in keeping this once it's done. We haven't even gotten the other colony going. I'm hungry. I have food just sitting in the microwave I need to zap that I can eat, so I don't think it's necessarily done just because I'm hungry. It just might mean I go get my food and eat while streaming. Okay, now I have to keep an eye on my prefabs, because at this point we are getting no new prefabs, which makes me think that the next thing I really need to build is an industrial. But the problem is we're so low on materials that I don't really want to turn more materials into goods. Oh, we're no longer low on materials. That one expansion solved a lot of my problems. So now, industrial district. Let's see what we got here. It increases squalor, but I don't think I care in this particular instance. Probably want some kind of bump there.
The price of gruel has
Well, it would be
been
bad to
reduced
get, like, pizza.
this week only.
There's weird only. We are running out of time. We gotta find that colony. Wrong button. Absolutely gotta find that colony. I believe in our ability to do so. This one's already expanded, right? It sure is. It's pretty expensive, but it would be a good building. We're gonna at least start you on goods. So what I'm saying is I need to break some frost around here because I don't have room to like do anything with any of this. So we're gonna break some frost. Ta-ta. brought food in exchange for nothing. They could have just ignored me, discarded me. I would have understood. Instead, they fed me and clothed me and smiled at me like I'm a person. Never I thought I'd see that in a day. My city. One day I'll think I'm proper. The city's made steps towards the equality cornerstone. Okay, I got some soup. Some unexpected soup. All in all, we're doing pretty okay. These streams. I'm glad you like it. I worried that it's like annoying. This game gets me talking about stuff that I feel like is not necessarily the smartest thing to talk about on streams too, but you know, I'm gonna take another quick bathroom break and zap some food so I can eat. I won't feel that bad about it because my people are not starving. We should probably build a food hub because eventually, well, no, we're nowhere near it. But I'm gonna grab some food for me and then we'll continue. Okay, I'm back. I'm just trying to figure out how to fit my plate on here. Ugh, made too much food for lunch, and so I just put the rest of it in the microwave and just re-zapped it. And now I'm gonna eat the rest of my lunch. Because I've been going almost 3 hours. God, it doesn't even really feel like 3 hours. Somehow it feels like longer than 3 hours, and somehow it feels like less than. And that's just kind of the strategy game fog. It's just what playing a strategy game feels like. Okay. Materials and goods still need to be worked on, but that's what the frost breaking's for. So that I might be able to more properly expand. Expand both of those material extractors. Surprise 2,300 people just arrived. That's exciting. Oh god. Stuart, now that we are charging for essentials, some unemployed families, how many of those are even there though? Unable for basic necessities. Work goes with the worthiest. These people are passed up, it's their own fault. I don't know. Okay, we can do this. Paid Essentials provides less heat stamp income. So this will kind of help keep people trucking while still kind of getting some of the benefit versus none. Really makes me want to talk about things I should definitely not talk about on stream. But a lot of this too, though, is I'm like, you know, I have my political beliefs, and then there's what would my political beliefs be in the apocalypse? And I feel like my political beliefs on a regular day and my political beliefs during the apocalypse are not necessarily the same ones. Maybe that's wrong. I don't know. This is gonna take me back down, but it's gonna help a lot with heat, which is already not a problem, but it's gonna get colder. But I also feel like I'm gonna eventually get better hubs too. Spin it that way.
Remember to keep your heat lamp maintained. It might just save your life.
District. That's just expansion is not going to be enough. Okay. Let's see what we got. We found oil! A room machine lives in the crevasse. Wagon spilled in the nearby snow. We can build a colony. What's here? Ooh, cores. And cores is good. And then what's here? We don't have the specialized equipment. The graveyard. Okay, let's get this started. Because this is gonna. This was a whole process. I don't know if you guys remember. This was a whole process. Very grossly eating. Sorry. Oil tombs. Broken shorelines, old derelict dreadnought. Yep, I remember this. We removed the bodies and people got pissed at us later. So, I think we'll leave this alone. I think we'll leave the bodies alone this time. Only because playing ahead, I know they come and they get ticked at us. So maybe they'll come and like us if I don't do it. And because I intend to not do the oil only road this time, I don't think getting access to every oil thing is going to be as important. So let's do an unusual thing for me, and let's respect the dead and just see how this goes. Oil will save the city, but we need to adapt our generator to use it. In the meantime, we need to establish supply. It's time we settled beyond New London. Create a colony at the old Dreadnought and connect it with New London. Okay, so first things first, I think we need to connect. Like that. That should get us there. Meanwhile, why don't you grab those parts? Hey, Jared! So good to see you! I'm doing well, how are you? Just playing a little Frostpunk 2 over here, making the hard decisions to keep my people going. You know how it is. How the heck have you been? Okay, we can't zoom in yet because I haven't made the train line, so I think that's what is happening. It's frost breaking, and the frost breaking is where I'm going to build a new thing. Didn't I expand this? Oh, I think I did. It wasn't that I built the building here? No. I think we just finished expanding. Yeah. Or not. It went back to prefabs. It does. That is so annoying. Okay. We're back on goods. We're still losing on goods. I don't fully understand that. But that's okay. Or at least not spiraling out of control.
Stewart.
Crime in the city. The crime problem in New London continues to worsen. Scarcity of goods may drive people to acts of crime when they don't see other ways to obtain necessities. Making goods available will help ensure... Yeah, okay. I am literally trying so hard, though. You do not understand, I'm literally trying so hard. More goods so I can get, or I need more materials so I can make more goods. I am playing this on PC. I feel like this would, it is built for console, like I feel like this would be doable with a controller, but I also feel like this would be such a pain. We won't get to it, right? Actually, we will because of the Londoners are delighted you kept your word. That's good. They're getting pissed with me. Hey, now that you like me so much, I should de-radicalize your people a little bit. They were getting pretty intense last time. It was causing me stress. Okay. Have we established the colony yet? Oh, I see. I built it to here, but I need to get it to here, don't I? Let's... Okay. I just need more resources, so I just can't do it right now. So we gotta wait for some resources. We're working on it. We're gonna get there. This game is very stressful. But like, that is the fun part of it. Like, you don't play this game unless you want to be stressed by things. The thing is, I don't really want to worry that much about housing, because I know I'm going to send people to this colony. And when I send people to the colony, my temporary housing problem will resolve itself. I mean, I'll still at some point need more housing, because the population will continue to grow. But it will cease to be my most immediate problem. About the goods right now. Which we are working on. See, I technically automatically have more teams. Go ahead and do that. Alright, this will continue to help the materials problem, which we can then use to turn into more helping of the goods problem. These cost so much, but upping 60 goods would be huge. But then this would do goods and I don't know if that's good. Go to the idea tree. See if there's any ideas in the idea tree that I would like. I feel like sawmills has to do with materials. I feel like we were forced into one of these last time. More workforce, but more materials. Disease is slightly increased. Squalor is slightly increased. Significantly more materials. I don't know why I wouldn't do mechanized then. Let's do mechanized. Work towards that. Pretty sure mechanized is what I did last time too. There'll be a certain, I find with at least the first Frostpunk game, and it may hold true in this one. I feel like such a slob eating like this. Sometimes there's certain choices where it's like, this just feels like a slam dunk idea. And the only time I've ever gone against them is because of a very specific reason. Okay, materials is doing great. We are getting...
Do not be alarmed by any unusual noises coming from the generator. Routine maintenance work is underway.
Are there any laws worth passing right now? I'm not really worried about food right now. Oh, it was the forged additives with the biomass generator that was really good for me. I don't think I'll be able to do that one without kind of like pushing it through. I think we're gonna do this one. And let's just see if we can get it through straight. Because I don't really need to pass anything with voting right now. I'm just kind of curious.
Hear ye, hear
Wow.
ye. The
Missed by
proposed
2.
law has been rejected.
Okay. That was really close though. Stupid. I'll get you your things fast and then you let me. Oh good, 72 have been recently beaten them up. Gotta fix that little crime problem. That whole crime problem thing is really gonna be a problem. So let's get really like a calibrated goods factory, but that's 350 heat stamps. I just don't think that's gonna happen. I do think I could get a mechanical factory going. Stewart, your young eccentric inventor brought us a prototype lamp generator. Oh yeah. I don't really remember what it said. I just remembered it was something I definitely did last time. How have I not gotten a trade colony there yet? I feel like I have. Oh, wait. No, this one. I feel like there is absolutely a trade route. So I don't... How do I... Oh! Requires 20 Frostland teams. Okay. Okay, I get it now. Well, to get that many more Frostland teams, we're gonna need to start frost breaking over here. So I can get to this one. I might also be able to, yes, expand this one. Okay. That'll Woes is doing much better somehow. I don't quite know how that happened, but sure. I don't. Do I have prefabs to just build another industrial? I do. And it will pay for itself effectively. Aha! Sawmill. Built. I'd rather build this. Steward, our new solar flares have resonated a success. They may not be as everlasting as we hoped, but their efficiency, bless the. He's getting work done. I believe we end up saving people during a storm because of his lights or something. There is a benefit. This is expanded as much as it can be. This is expanded as much as it can be. We need to keep frost breaking to here. Meanwhile, I'm out of monies. Once we get to 20 teams, I'll be able to work on what I need after that. Materials are down again. I don't understand why that vacillates so much. So since we're up, I do need to fix materials. goods is on the rise, which should help. Okay. Teams. So now we can go here. We can go here. Send colonists. Required 1 core, 20 teams, and 100 prefabs. Okay. So that's what I'm missing. So that means, even though I'm doing really good on goods, I gotta switch with one of you to prefabs. Just for a minute. And we're still gonna be up on goods. So that's fantastic news. Hey, welcome back, Kathleen. We're getting that colony set up. We're real close. Send colonists. Which means we lost a whole buttload of people. But we're somehow doing okay? I think, what can I dial this back and still be doing okay on goods? That. So where can I go and get material? There we go. And we're still having a housing problem, but less so. But that does mean that I can get us a housing district once I have the prefabs, which we will have eventually. It's just going to take a minute. So they're on their way. But with everything else being in a bonus, oh look at that, I'm gonna want to get a fuel hub up here soon. This will actually be really good to put in somewhere. Because they'll all benefit from the workforce. So that'll actually be a really good thing to do. We got about 41 weeks of coal left. Which is a problem because it's going to take a minute to upgrade the generator. But we are going to pick the one that lets us do coal and oil this time. That I just feel like it did not match my play style to not do that last time. We will get people too. Once we have a permanent fuel source, these people will join us. Right, the mighty freighter. Ooh. I'd love to connect trails and get that. But I don't have enough teams. Which is fine. Ooh, take the coal? Yes, please. I'd love to take the coal, but I have to have room for 50,000 stockpile. The fishing village is about to, I didn't know it would do that. That's upsetting. I don't have room for it. Do I? Not really. But this stockpile will give me room. So now that I have room for that, yes, please go ahead and grab that. Is this the fishing village? What do you mean it's about to be depleted? It says there's 27,000 food remaining. I call shenanigans on that alert. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I call big shenanigans on that alert. Just massive amounts of alert shenanigans there. weeks I have left of coal left around them, but at the same time, put in a subsidized housing lot. Apparently I can afford that. I can't afford a housing district, so maybe I'll put in a housing lot. Abigail Green, 29, scout, staring at herself in the mirror. I can see it, a little blurry, but the doctor told me it's gonna keep improving. I asked whose corneas I owe my sight to. A young lad fell off the rooftop trying to rob a hothouse. Well, I won't judge. Probably had a whole family to feed or something. When they release me, first thing I'll do is go and see them. I'll take them some rations, the least I can do. Would you look at that? Harvesting funerals are giving a second chance to the living. Who would have thought? Who the heck would have thought? I mean, honestly. I think I want to build housing districts. The question is, where would I like to build a housing district? I don't understand what I'm looking at here. Is that a food district? This UI is a little weird. I'll be able to expand that way if I want. Oh, beautiful. That'll help a little bit with the housing, although food's gonna start being an issue. That's okay. We're making gains. They're coming back with coal. They're arriving. Colony.
Big news for the old Dreadnought Weekly. Your voice is needed. Positives.
I can't read. It's doing alright. Coal's getting handled. We're going to handle further once that housing district is. Looks like they're building there. I think that, yeah, the furnace is under construction, so that's what I'm waiting on. That's fine. Yep, but that helped us, because now we have a much bigger stockpile. Which I'm very into. And it's also going to get warmer here in a second. Okay, housing is much better. Now I can go to the south district and expand. This says it's almost out. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to get something figured out there, but I don't know about that. I'm still calling it a bit on the way of shenanigans there. Okay. We need to frost break to the oil. Oh god, there's disease probably because of those bodies. That's really frustrating. Okay, we need to keep exploring. Any of these possible findings food? Yes. Scouts will be injured, but not killed. So we're gonna go ahead and start that expedition, because I need to find food pretty badly. Why crime? Population size. Really? It's frustrating. This way. That's gonna bring us. That will definitely. Stewart, everyone in New London is waiting the moment we get to steady supply of oil. So many fears would vanish, so many dreams made possible, but those dreams seem to be diverging. Faith keepers paint visions of eternal warm New London. Evolvers want newfound power. Okay, we're working on it. We're in process here. Requires 2 more prefabs. Oh, we can... How am I too shy? Unless it just means prefabs in general. Maybe I need... It might be my overall economy. Thank God. I was about to be really upset. Oh. So I can't use that one at all? Oh no, duh. It's, yeah, okay. No, okay. Yep, that's crap. Okay, I did not fully understand the choice I'd be making here, but okay. In that case, we're further behind. So when I said let the dead rest, apparently that means this one really close to the ship. It's frustrating. Okay. Well, we'll let that frost break happen, and while we're waiting... we'll get prefab construction going. It's apparently going to be an issue, so they're going to go check on that for me. Doing okay over here, though. Not as good as we could be doing. Doing okay. broadly under control here, then we might as well just keep it going. Get this colony set up. Let's see, we're going 3.5 hours. 4 o'clock. Yeah, I think we'll get this colony's feet underneath it, and then that'll be what we do today. So it's gonna at least start making prefabs for us. It's not a zero-sum thing. Considering I need more prefabs to be able to do anything. Now let's work on here, because I'll be able to get a heat bonus on this side. I'll just get a couple of homes up. Like even one housing district would be okay. Basically, we'll have 2 things of oil instead of 3. We'll see how this ends up playing out for us. Goods and materials surplus. Oh, sorry. Wrong button.
Magician, the great Bambini, begins his latest tour of the colonies tonight.
The famous magician, the great Bambini. Interesting. Is it supposed to be like the Bambino? Or is there a magician called the Great Bambini? Very strange. Okay, let's go back and check on our city, why that's building. Looks like somebody wants to talk to me. Oh, it's just getting more. What's happening here? Oh, because it's out and I apparently put housing in there? Well, demolish, yeah. I mean, it's not doing anything. Okay, Stuart. Some service workers aiding our prefab production are asking for better tools. Doesn't make a lick of sense. We muck around with basic tools while advanced machinery sits idle, waiting for operators, said one volunteer. Full-time workers are wary of the idea. It takes training to use the machine safely. Training these weekend workers just haven't got, said one veteran high-toward bandsaw operator. Should we let these volunteers use professional equipment? Let the volunteers use it, which will provide more prefabs, but may cause casualties. Ban volunteers, which will worsen relationship. Well, this improves relationship, makes more prefabs, but it may cause casualties. It's okay. I'm sure that will come back to bite me, but that's okay. Now our workload's up a little bit. I wonder if I should go to some of these places and up efficiency. I will eventually want to put stuff down there, so let's go ahead and do this frost breaking adventure anyway. I'm gonna have to go solve that problem over there. But for now, get one housing district up over here. And we will start producing oil. I want you to transfer. Actually, I can't see that. Now that we have. Come on. Generator on. So now there's at least heat here. Now that I know what surplus is, we're gonna send that much. Good transport. Housing is an issue. We can slowly make our workforce more efficient here. It's more important to do this at materials and stuff. Okay, that's better. So this goes down. Can build a house in here where I won't have squalor anymore. Also gonna work. There's so much to worry about. We're getting there. We're getting there. How's this going? %5 done. We need to build a fuel stockpile. If I can. It's not letting me take a lot here. Housing is no longer an issue.
Please dispatch gift boxes to the steward by post to avoid...
There's a lot going on in these controls that I don't fully understand. Trade. Transfer resources. Okay. It is in process. We are kind of making it work. Slowly but surely getting it done here. I'll be able to build the other oil place here momentarily. The problem being, I'm gonna need more of a population, and more of a population is gonna need more housing. So we're gonna have to keep doing the balance dance for another chunk of time. This won't be prefabbing forever. Basically, I need to break more frost. It's just gonna be a big, long series of things. But the sooner I get 75 oil there... Workload. I do not have the workload. Okay. Send people from New London to the Old Dreadnought. But with that in mind, let's go ahead and break more frost. So that I might be able to expand housing. This is almost explored, which is great news for me too. Something over here wants my attention.
Steward.
Steward, some researchers and doctors have petitioned us to preserve the remains of corpses that have been harvested for organs. Science knows no bounds. Incinerating harvested bodies and returning the ashes to their relatives is a waste of potential. There will come a day when we can get more out of these remains, they claim. People may not be happy. What should we do? Freeze the remains. Trust falls marginally. Relations. Okay. There is no actual, like, plus or minus. Like, there's no permanent thing other than cold storage. I could eventually get more health. I mean, I think that's probably true. But I also think that at a certain point, that will, like, then we'll just do it with the corpses we have then. Right? I think at a certain point we can have a little bit of decency. And then we don't need to just store bodies places.
Steward.
I see. Every time I hold evening prayers, trust goes up, but they get more people. That's a little concerning. They're on their way to there. Let's see what we got over here. 290 injured. A track transport lies wedged tightly in a crevasse, rows of resigned faces visible through the windows. The engine at the front is a shredded mess. Ash and steel melt the scar of the wall of ice where it collided. Its pressure score is clearly destroyed. Our scouts plan to knock the transport down the crevasse's bottom to evenly salvage materials and coal. They could remove and bury the bodies first so they're not crushed in the fall, but that will take more time. Come back later. Come back later. That feels like the end of Snowpiercer. Ah, food! This is what I was looking for. It's teeming with fish. Harvest. Heck yeah. Right up here. Scouts came to this particular wreck after hearing tapping on the hull. Descending the decks, they found no living souls, but discovered an automaton still tapping an SOS in the hull. After 30 years, scouts have nicknamed the machine the Tap Dancer. We'd either cut the automaton free and send it to New London, or scrap it for cores. I think we cut the machine free. Cut the machine free, guys. So if we go back to New London, food is off the chain again. That is just excellent news. So we're actually going to need to build a food stockpile hub. I think it provides heat. Oh no. Okay, I see. We're gonna just put this here for now. A little bit more room for food because we're gonna have a lot of food coming in. Okay. We're doing all right. We are doing all right. So that's almost out, but now we're gaining food from here. Yep, it's not asking me to build anything, so I think we're okay. Approach. Safe, possible finding is coal. Go ahead and launch that expedition. Connect trails? No, I don't have the... Okay. Let's go back to the old dreadnought over here. The old dreadnought. To expand here, just mostly to be able to, gosh dang it, come on, I'd like to be able to expand here, mostly so I can expand that and keep getting the prefabs there. This extraction district. I don't know the best way to build this at this point in time, but we're going to do that. And then the other thing I'd like to do is expand here. As long as we're not actually getting disease from there, I think we're okay. See if that actually goes through. Fishing village depleted. That is just wild to me. I guess that coal's almost depleted too. Maybe I'm gonna change my mind. Maybe I am gonna go all the way oil again. Because then I'd have permanent oil there. You know what? I said that I was gonna wait until we had our feet under us here to be done for the day. 170 murdered by violent criminals, huh? What do you have to be crying about here? Literally, what do you have to be crying about?
To frost-breaking teams in
Might need to go to watchtowers here. Surveillance watchtower. Plus 12 guards. Crime is slightly decreased. Watchtower. And whoever guards are quartered. State-of-the-art equipment monitor citizens. This one doesn't have a patrol watchtower. Crime is slightly decreased. It's not a huge... Yeah, I think we do this one. Gotta work on crime. But I feel like my ability to do critical thinking is going down, and I'm not entirely sure anymore on the decision I was going to make, which was to go all in on coal or all in. Yes, I have a little bit of time, because I know I won't have to make that decision until I transfer more stuff. I don't actually know what I want to do. Go ahead and do that at least. Actually, that should just connect it. Then I'll start getting more materials, which will be good. Once that expands, we'll keep getting prefabs. Problem is, when I do this, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna save, create new save, stream to as we go versus the one that was at the start of chapter 1. We're gonna save here because that way, if it forces me into the decision now, I have a point of discovery there. Okay. So we'll send enough oil. Oh, we're actually 5 shy. Okay. That's fine. I feel like we should keep frost breaking here if we can. How do I break the frost here? If you will only, oh, I see, because you'll let me just do that. That's fine. It's probably just as expensive to do it that way, which is annoying. Here we are, researching something. Okay. Didn't realize I still had people in the cold over here. now we're getting all those materials. So now I should actually be able to... Oh, but there's water. I don't think it worked because it doesn't actually have that much to give. Which is fine, because I really only need to give it... That's so weird. It was at 70, now it's at 10. Does it mean transfer it all in a go? That'd be weird. Oh, I'm going so wrong. It's all going so wrong. This is safe. Just don't have enough teams, but it's safe. Find more food and some people. Okay. It's good to know. Okay, let's give it 4 more minutes here just so I can actually hit the 4-hour mark. And then we will call it. If we do that, I might be able to actually get a bit of a bonus there.
Don't shield your apprentice from the dangerous aspects of your job. This is how they learn.
This extraction district is running low, which means I need to get more extraction district ready. Isn't there an infinite? Oh, it's over there. Aha! Okay. I feel like what I might do is try to cheat the system a little bit here. This one's gone. There we go. Anticipation fills the air as the first transport of oil is sent to New London. To dream of a future without being cold, we must decide. I like that it auto-saves there for me. Oh, this starts chapter 2. Okay. Okay. I thought... Okay. I forgot that this is where it starts. I might honestly just like click something, but then pick this up. But I don't know. Let's see if we can make a decision today. The people cheer as oil reaches the city, but the question remains what it means for our future. The years of suffering are coming to an end. The leaders shout across the city square. With gifts of oil and light of furnaces, we can defeat the frost and build a warm paradise. Let us improve the blessed engine and pump oil until the snows of the city melt forever. However, the Evolvers disagree. The Frost is our reality. Defeat the Frost. So let's look through this. Forget about Faith Keepers versus Evolvers. Let's just look at what it does. Unlocks oil pumps generator that uses only oil. Unlocks the ability to exploit unlimited deep deposits. Unlocks adaptive pumps generator that uses any fuel. Unlocks unlimited outpost Frostland settlements. I kind of want to try adaptive just because we did see a little bit of, but like I feel like this was better for my last playthrough, and I feel like this is better for this playthrough based off of just what is around us and how much coal we have versus like how much coal I had last time. But it basically looks like this uses only oil, but where you find oil, you can get oil forever. Versus this will let you use any fuel you find, but it will never be unlimited. Let's see. This is tough. I really want to click this one just because I want to actually experience this one for a minute. Where like this one I kind of already know how it starts. So we'll go ahead and pick this just to see what the other side is. Plus we have that save. So like technically we can go down this path. If we like this save so far, but we don't like this choice, we can just go back to that other save, right? So we're gonna go ahead and click this one. First we need to upgrade the generator with adaptive pumps to use new fuel. Then we must research furnaces that will support upgrading viable outposts to permanent settlements. They will provide a supply of resources that will not run out. Not all outposts are viable as permanent settlements, but there are plenty of useful sites around New London. We have to find them. Adaptive pump generator upgrades unlocked. Find an outpost in the Frostland to upgrade to the first settlement. Looks like we've kind of done that already. Research settlement heating and skyways. Construct generator. Yeah, see, it's already a little different. Looks like this would be what we upgrade. Create settlement. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna play around with all of this next time. We've crossed the 4-hour threshold. We're gonna do create new save. Start of chapter 2, round 2. And I'm gonna call it here. Monday and Tuesday, so tomorrow and Tuesday of next week, I have family stuff, so I will not be around. Let's see here. What does my calendar say? There. Okay. But later in the week, I should be able to stream. Now, whether or not we do Frostpunk or Outlaws will probably depend on, do I feel like stressing myself out, or do I feel like shooting things? But yeah, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Had a few more people popping in for Frostpunk than I thought would. But I will talk to you guys later in the week, where we will hit up either this or Outlaws. We'll keep trucking along on both of them. I hope you all have a good day, and I will talk to you soon.